take your seats and please settle down. Put your phones on silent because our session is about to begin. Thank you.
To have less planes, etc. To make that transition happen, we are going to actually need more building materials. And it's going to be critical, going back to my 2.3 planet, you said 2.5, but I don't think there's any point to debate what the number is, but it's going to be critical to do it in a decarbonized way, so I think we just have to do it.
Okay, well, thank you.
And shareholders are asking for it as well, by the way.
Okay, well, thank you. Does the other panelists have to add anything to that? Ms. Marty, maybe?
Well, I wondered there might be some more clothing or outdoor or mammoth-related questions.
Sure.
Just to add, the P, which used to stand for profit, has now, companies are more realizing, especially the big corporations, that it is no longer the single P, it has now become people, profit, and planet. And so it's about the three paradigms that you need to address. And tomorrow, imagine like Magli waking up in the newspaper and the headline says, Holcim Industries is the most unsustainable cement manufacturing industry. It sends the share price down. The shareholders, they sort of lose their faith in these companies. And so it becomes business sense now to become more sustainable.
And then I think none of you would like to join Holcim if you thought it was a horrible company.
True.
No,
Exactly.
it sounds silly, but we want to attract the best talents, and you attract the best talent if you are a good company.
True.
Thank you. So, Ms. Marty, this is a question for you. Someone in the audience is asking that, what do you think switching to thrifting or vintage fashion helps contribute to the purpose of circular economy?
It's everything. It's absolutely crucial. Like I just said, I think 1 in 5 garments will have to be purchased in this way. So yeah, it's super important. I personally, my heart is in repair as well. I do a lot of repairing myself. But I'm also really proud or happy to see that Mammoth, I think people tend to overestimate us. And yet, last year, we've made over 15,000 repairs in our in-house repair ateliers, which is something people tend to forget. So I'm all for repair and resell and rental. I think it will play a huge part. I think the second-hand industry has risen so much more than traditional sales, and it just shows what consumers are wanting and the way we should be going.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone in the audience have any more questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, can a mic be passed? Please state your name and your school.
Hi, my name is Finn, and I have a question with inflation, which is now rising up. And where I'm from, in the Black Forest in Germany, many people cannot afford to buy alternative, like the sustainable alternatives to many products. And since we've been pushing these last few years with Fridays for Future towards a more sustainable future, how does that seem to be taking a step back? How do you think that inflation will affect that change to a circular economy? The question.
I might not answer your question. I'm going to answer how inflation is, or how the price of energy, let's talk about the price of energy, is impacting our sustainability journey in Holcim. It's actually a great lever.
Yeah.
And I feel horrible to say that because so many people suffer from the price of energy, but one of the big ways to decarbonize is 30% of our CO2 comes from the heating of the kiln, which gets heated to 1,500 degrees. The kiln is like a big oven where we cook the cement, basically. Today, we can replace that by waste. So we can replace fossil fuel by waste. The return on investment on doing that nowadays is fantastic. So all the countries that were saying, oh, it's a bit expensive to do it, now they all want to do it. And we have plants that are already at almost 100% replacement. They are telling us, hey, we don't have any impact. So actually, in our case, it's a great lever. It's a positive, it's not a negative.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
feel a bit bad to say that because it's a negative for so many people.
Yeah.
But
No, but this is also, there are trends, right? That for a few years, you'll find that blip where the inflation is rising, cost of commodities is rising, and it's also got to do with the war with the Ukraine and what's happening with Russia. But then that has also got a lot of countries to think how can we be more self-sustainable with our energy requirements, and that gives a lot of push to renewable energy. Because you don't need like grid lines, you don't need like gas pipelines coming in to power up your plants. But if you could have more renewable energy farms, whether it's wind, whether it's integrated solar, that creates a more push for renewable technology. And what we are seeing is the prices of solar panels are just falling every day. So when we started off as a working in the villages, a same grid system that we used to put back 10 years back, the price is now less than 1/4 of what we used to do 10 years back. And if you look at inflation, ideally it should have increased more, right? But the technology innovation is happening within batteries. Now, all of you use mobile phones. You have lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion still uses cobalt, so which is being mined in a very unsustainable manner. But now you have more battery technologies coming in, which will enable you to sort of move to more sustainable battery systems as well. So it's really pushing a lot of innovation in those lines. Yes, it's a blip for next maybe 2 to 3 years where you'll see the prices rising, but then that also leads to a positive impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Miguel.
Hello, my name is Miguel. I've got a more general question. What do you think is the most important thing in circular economy?
I think for me it's behavior change. It's all about behavior change, and I fully agree with what was said before about collective action. It's all of us have to change how we behave every single day. And you know, there's always, I read so much about people saying, what is individual actions versus what big government can do, what corporation can do? Well, individual actions push governments. When a government sees that there is a reduction of consumption of meat in the countries, what happened? Well, the governments understand they need maybe there's more and more sustainable people, voters, so they better do things for them. They also, the restaurants start putting vegetarian and vegan menus everywhere when before you couldn't find them just 10 years ago. And factories start behaving different because they understand that the customer behavior is changing. So definitely individual behavior, changing the mindset and rethinking absolutely everything we do.
I would go for a holistic approach. If I can quote Céline Seman, she's an advocate for open knowledge. She once said, everything you make returns to the earth as either food or poison. And I think bearing that in mind is individual behavioral change, but as well pushing for corporations for change. So I think it's looking within and pushing the big ones.
I think if you really want to, again, echoing what the fellow panelists said, and if you really want to visualize, and if you can, please try to do this, study from the day you were born till your time now, how much of resources you have consumed and how much of it has just gone to waste, where you don't know where it has gone. If you can, collect it all and put it in your school and make people realize that this is what we are giving back to the earth, which is, you know, and if we continue to live the way we are, it's just this mountain is just going to grow. And so what can the choices that you take now for it, and consumer behavior is a great way to get companies to change. For example, if all of you decide that you're no longer part of the fast fashion industry where you want to buy new clothing every 6 months or a year, companies like H&M and Zara, they'll have to change their models because currently it's all fast fashion. They bring out a new design, people want to buy it, they lap it up, they get more products in, their sales are increasing. But suddenly, if you start demanding change, if you don't buy, then their sales start hitting, and they'll then have to reinvent the way that they are pushing products out. It's not that they are bad companies, but it's about currently their business is running because the consumers demand something that is not sustainable. The moment consumers start demanding something that's sustainable, companies have to change. It's always a push and pull.
Well, thank you. I completely agree with all three of you, especially about the vegetarianism thing, because I'm vegetarian, and when I came here, I couldn't find anything. So now there's like a lot of change in the world. So I think one of the most popular questions that our audience had was, how can our school and the youth be motivated to bring about change, especially regarding circular economy and more sustainability?
Demand more.
All of what we just said.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
I think demand more from the places that you buy or interact, and ask for better products or
You know, I think it's a difficult question because we like to say that the young generation is going to save us, but it also put a huge pressure on the young generation. It's kind of say, hey, I don't need to do anything because you guys are coming and you are going to do it. So we need to be a bit careful with that. We shouldn't dismiss our own responsibilities. And I think in my job, I certainly have more power than you do. But I sometimes consider myself, more power to make changes. However, I consider myself as an internal activist. And what helps me is the external activist who comes and tells the companies, as we were just saying, changing the behavior. That makes companies change. So we need to work together, and you have an incredible power in your hand to make those changes and back people with you via this forum, via network, via whatever else you do to engage people, to make that big shift that will force the companies to change. But I don't want to put that pressure either, because I'm very aware of the amount of eco-anxieties that exist in young people, and I think we need to be very careful with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah. And just go back to your schools and see how your school can be more sustainable, because it all starts at the place where you spend most of your time, at your homes and in your schools. Look at how they can become more sustainable. And, as they say, if you want to see the change in the world, it has to start from you first. So change yourself. Change the way you act, change the way you behave, and then look at the power of collective. Find that crazy friend that you have, and then join forces and then implement change, because it always takes a collective to do the transformation.
Well, thank you. Ms. Marti, anything to add?
No, I think I said what I wanted to say at the start. Thank you.
Maybe I will just add one thing. So I have a daughter who is a bit older than you. I have two daughters who are both older than you, but one is 28. She became a vegan at 18, which is 10 years ago. And I don't think I would be in my job today if it was not for her. Not for her in terms of wanting to save the young people or the future generation, but for her in terms of advocating so much at home that the entire family became vegetarian 5 years ago. It took her 5 years, so it was not immediate. It was a lot of work. And the awareness she brought to me about climate change was way more than anything else I ever had. And that's when I decided to change my path, because I'm not a sustainability professional. I came to the sustainability world only a few years ago. And that's really, so your parents are usually quite senior people. Some of them have quite good jobs in different companies. Be this needle that push them to, like my daughter did with us, and she was extremely successful.
Amazing. What a good story.
Yeah. So the youth can bring about change. Yeah. So sadly, that is all the time we have today. And as the session is now coming to an end, I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, and also the three wonderful panelists for all your experiences, for sharing your experiences and your insights onto this very important topic.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists. I would ask that you all now begin your transition to session number 3, which will begin at 10:45 a.m. And if you have any questions for the panelists, please feel free to make your way to the stage.
as the session will begin shortly. Thank you so much.
We are facing a very well-organized criminal enterprise. Consumers don't even know that they are buying fake products.
And as everything is now sold online, buying counterfeit goods is getting easier, but stopping them is much harder.
Counterfeiting, it's a global threat that at the same time has many faces, many facades.
The act of counterfeiting existed long before any of us here today were alive, and that nearly 20% of posts on the platform about fashion products featured counterfeits. At this stage, the counterfeits are literally in your face.
Hi everyone, my name is Nisha Joshi and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISADEL and a lead student organizer of the Youth Forum Switzerland. I'd like to welcome you to this panel on the true cost of counterfeit goods. Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to start off by asking you for your honesty. Who here has ever considered buying a counterfeit good? Wow, we have a lot of criminals here today. But note that beyond this room, the magnitude of this issue is greater than what it may seem. This is why I'm honored to welcome two distinguished guests who will be joining me for this session today. We have Eva Maria Strobel, a senior partner at the prestigious global law firm Baker McKinsey. She is also an active member of INTA's Unreal campaign, a company that aims to strengthen anti-counterfeiting laws. And we have Nicole Klug, the senior global team lead of the intellectual property department of Hugo Boss. Now, I would like to welcome Nicole Klug and Eva Maria Strobel to start off their presentation. Thank you.
For the introduction, and thanks a lot for all of you to be here and to join us today for the discussion about the true cost of counterfeit goods, which is a complex problem around the world. And it impacts, as we will see, all of the SDGs. Nicole is representing a well-known brand. I'm here in my capacity as a trademark attorney, but also, as Nisha said, as a representative of INTA, the International Trademark Association. And we will discuss with you how the cost of counterfeit goods and what the brands and organizations like INTA are doing to protect trademarks and also to protect you, the consumers. Right. So the Unreal campaign was founded by INTA, the organization I'm representing, approximately 10 years ago, with the goal to educate, to empower, and to encourage. To educate you, teenagers, young adults, about what trademarks and counterfeit goods are, to empower you to make smart purchasing decisions, and to encourage you to purchase genuine goods and not counterfeits. And before we come to the why, let's briefly look at the what. So what is a trademark? The legal definition is that a trademark is any word, or sign, or symbol, device, which identifies and distinguishes the source, so the origin of goods or products of one company from the other. So it can be a word, Big Mac or Hugo Boss. It can be a logo, right? So this, you know, it's not TikTok, it's Instagram. It can also be a form. This cylindric form, maybe not by itself, but maybe in combination with the colors, gold and black. I don't know whether your generation knows what this is, but that's the Duracell battery. And I'm saying a color combination because it's not only a word or a symbol or a logo. There are different means to distinguish goods, and color is one of them. When somebody gives you a small box like this in turquoise color, you probably know what jewelry this is. So why are trademarks important? Why are they important for you? We can basically break it down to 3 reasons. First, you will find your favorite product quickly. Right? When you see a coffee shop and you see the logo on the cup, you know immediately it's Starbucks. So it's not Coffee Fellows, it's not Lavazza. And second, you know what to expect, you know what quality you get. You will get a Starbucks coffee. So it's not Lavazza, you know how it tastes, you know exactly what it is. So it's a guarantee. And eventually, so the third reason is you can express your individuality, right? Because each trademark conveys some image, some feelings, emotions. And why are they important for companies like Hugo Boss? I mean, Nicole will talk to that in a moment, in very short. They convey this message, right? So the company can individualize itself. It can convey a reputation, an image. It can communicate with you, with the consumers, and distinguish itself again from other companies. So all good, and now let's turn to the black side, the counterfeits. So what are counterfeits? Counterfeits are products or the packaging which bear trademarks, which are validly registered, but where the user of the trademark has no authority to use them, or trademarks which are confusingly similar, which are very similar to registered trademarks, so you can't distinguish them. You can't distinguish them from the real goods. And where do you see counterfeits? Basically everywhere, right? So first and foremost in luxury goods. Watches, handbags, clothing, phones, mobile devices, gaming equipment, but also maybe products we would not immediately think about. For instance, vehicle parts, brakes, right? Airbags, very often counterfeited. Food and beverages, there's a lot of counterfeit alcohol around, pharmaceuticals. And I think that already shows where we will be going to when talking about the SDGs, right? So Nisha asked the question, but again, who ever saw a counterfeit? So no, who saw a counterfeit product? Okay, so a lot of you, right? Where did you see them? Flea markets, street vendors, maybe internet. Oops, no, it's gone. And who has bought one? Only one? Okay, a few hands, significantly fewer hands. But I think we should see more hands, because it's not only that you willingly, knowingly buy counterfeits. Maybe you buy counterfeits unwillingly, because you don't know it's a counterfeit. And when you buy them, how does it affect you? Right? How does it affect you as the consumer? You may think it's a great deal, right? Those of you who raised their hand, you may think it's a great deal. I got this Nike sneaker for only 50 instead of 300. But you don't know where they have been manufactured and under what working conditions. You don't know what materials they're made of. You don't know whether they have been tested. Think about perfume, skincare products. They may not have all the functions which you expect them to have. They can break very shortly, and you can't return them. And how do counterfeits affect the community and the SDGs? That's what we will be discussing today, right? So let me just give you a very short gist of it before handing over to Nicole. You have to always keep in mind that counterfeits are produced outside the normal, the regular, the approved channels with little or no regard at all to environment, to health, to safety regulations, to any standards, right? We talked about working conditions, child labor, loss of jobs. There's a lot of jobs which get lost because of counterfeits. Tax evasion. Right? Counterfeits pose a real risk to long-term economic growth, to consumer health, to livelihoods, to the environment. So eventually, they literally impact all of the SDGs. When we think specifically about SDG 12, counterfeit trade abuses supply chains, it exposes consumers to potentially harmful products, and no matter what kind of product we're talking about. And the environmental cost of counterfeits is extremely high, from cradle to grave, from the manufacture to waste disposal. There are so many bad impacts on the SDGs. Counterfeit fashion, to hand over to Nicole, for instance, often contains toxic chemicals or other contaminants. And the counterfeiters, they don't care. They don't care about it. Nicole will tell you more about that and what Hugo Boss is doing to combat counterfeits and to combat this threat to international trade.
Thank you.
So, my name is Nicole Klug. I'm working for Hugo Boss now since 18 years in the field of brand protection. I started in the headquarters in Metzingen and working now since 14 years very close by here in Zug in our office, where we have about 100 people based there. So my department is handling everything around trademarks, or this is the starting point, the trademarks, and then with the trademarks, or we can also, or we have to defend our trademarks because it's a unique thing where we spend a lot of money into it. We have a lot of employees, so we need to defend our trademarks, and a whole team of 9 people are working on it globally. So, first question, is IP crime typical activity of organized crime? What do you think? Yeah, definitely are. So, yeah, of course are. We have different definitions of this crime, or we have the financial crime, or where money get lost, cybercrime, white-collar crime, corruption, drug trafficking, human trafficking. So a lot of violations where we want to speak later about it as well. So maybe I give you a little bit insight of our company. So we have around 10,000 or more than 10,000 active trademarks in place globally. So means we apply in each country for trademarks, for Boss, for Hugo. We have the 2 brand strategy now, and also for Hugo Boss as a company name. We have around 5,615 active oppositions against third-party trademarks, which are similar to ours, only, or not only, but most of the oppositions we handle are in China, and now you can expect why. Because China is one of the biggest markets for us where counterfeits will be produced, besides Turkey and Bangladesh nowadays. So breaking it down to cases and numbers, or we have around 32 million counterfeit goods seized from 21 to 22. So really a high number, but this number is not what's out there, or so it's in comparison to what's out there, I think it's a small number. So we have different actions going on, so to find these counterfeit goods online, or we have online providers who are helping us, or to find the online infringements. We also have active applications in place at customs borders and cooperations with police. So in case they find something suspicious, or they contact us, and we get pictures maybe, or information, shipping documents from them, which we have to look into if there is any business relationship to the parties. If not, we take actions against them. So means what actions can we take, or we file criminal complaints, maybe we need to go civil depending on the law of the country. Then, as I mentioned, we are working with different organizations together to fight against counterfeits, like INTA or IACC in the US and UNIFAB in France. So there are different organizations besides the law enforcement, like the police and the customs borders and Europol and Interpol. So this was like the presentation from my end. What I brought with me are also some examples of counterfeit and original goods. And to be honest, so this is the original. Oh, wait, I need to unpack it. Yeah. So now you can see it better. Okay. So, what do you expect? Is this an original or a fake one? Okay. Okay, who thinks this is the original? And who thinks this is the original? Okay, you are right. But it's hard, or? So it's not that easy. And honestly, the counterfeits are getting better and better. So also for us, we have kind of identifications inside the products or on the products where we can identify the goods, but it's getting more and more difficult. And especially when you buy it online, or so you have other pictures, so they stealing our pictures from our website, put them on their websites and sell the goods. And if you're lucky, you get goods. If you're lucky, you get maybe the goods of the brand you bought. If you're unlucky, you don't get anything. Your money is gone. So yeah, it's getting more and more difficult, especially online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Eva Maria and Nicole, for that thought-provoking presentation, and it also raises a lot of questions, which is now why we'll move into a 10-minute discussion before we open the floor to audience questions. So, Eva Maria, could we start off with you, please?
Sure.
So, would you please share the most significant counterfeit case that you've worked on?
Honestly, I think there is not this one case because there are millions of them, right? I got a call from the police in Zurich yesterday about a mobile phone, which they found, or they became aware of sales of a mobile phone. It was sold for 750 Swiss francs. So that's why I'm saying, you don't know whether you buy a fake, right? For 750 francs, you believe you buy a genuine product. You don't think it's a fake, right? So there are different types of counterfeits. I think what strikes me most, or what I'm most concerned about, is pharmaceuticals and food and alcohol. It's kind of products you really use in your body, put in your body. I mean, we are supporting one of the pharmaceutical companies in their anti-counterfeiting activities, and the most counterfeited product is, guess? It's a product against erectile dysfunction, right? Which is bought online, and if you're lucky, it simply has no active ingredients, right? So if you're lucky, maybe the kind of harm is maybe visible because nothing happens, but it's nothing inside. But if you consider you're buying a product against treatment for cancer or a treatment for other fatal diseases, and there's simply no active ingredient, right? And people are doing this. And I think the erectile dysfunction product, I mean, you're buying it in some kind of dodgy online, well, not even pharmacies, online websites, so you can assume it might be counterfeit. When you're buying a counterfeit cancer product, you know, in a pharmacy, I mean, this is criminal, this is organized crime. It's really a completely different stage and a different, let's say, criminal energy which is behind. There's, you know, those criminals, they collect, for example, they collect packaging in hospitals. So they collect packaging of genuine products in hospitals. They bribe hospital employees to give it to them, and then they reuse it with fake products, no ingredients, right? And I think that's what's most concerning for me.
Yeah, and I think you raise a good point there, because we don't really think about the range of counterfeit goods, because obviously there's clothing, but then it can range all the way to pharmaceuticals. So that's an interesting
as I said,
point.
brakes, right? So parts of vehicle brakes, airbags.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a safety risk.
Yeah.
But also for clothing, or we have the toxic problem here, or so we shouldn't forget about it, or so. We often do like testings on the products, especially if they're from certain countries, or to see and to show, or that we also have a health issue here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And maybe not exactly with health, but if I could turn to you, Nicole, with this question. So what is the approach for Hugo Boss when ensuring counterfeit products are removed from the marketplace?
So we, as a brand, have a zero tolerance, but there are so many counterfeits out there, so we can't break it down to zero, or so. But if we come up with something, or we take actions like legal actions or administrative actions, if possible, to get the goods down, or to take them off online or also offline.
And when you take them offline, is there a way of destroying the products then?
Yeah, so this is the main problem when we take them online, so the posts online, or maybe the goods are there. Sometimes we also figured out that a few people are posting, we have 10,000 of counterfeit T-shirts available. But if you ask them through like an investigator, hey, can you please, or can I purchase 10,000 T-shirts? Then they will say, oh, yeah, but we need to produce them first. Also, maybe they're not there, but maybe they have physical goods, and then we have to investigate further through private investigators doing like test purchases to have the addresses of these individuals or companies, and then file criminal action if possible.
Okay. And maybe Eva Maria, you would like to comment on that, because you work with, well, not work, maybe represent so many different clients.
Yeah.
So.
And I feel very sorry for them, because as Nicole said, it's only the tip of the iceberg, right? You can't really get rid of the problem. It's impossible, because there's so much out there. So companies like Hugo Boss are really doing their best, and they're investing a lot of money, right? A lot of their revenues to combat these counterfeits. And online enforcement is so difficult, because you shut down one website and 10 others pop up. Offline, it's also an issue. I mean, when you travel to even some European countries, right, even countries within the EU where we have very strict laws and regulation and presumably also strict enforcement, you will find counterfeits almost everywhere, right? It's really difficult. So I really feel sorry, because it's kind of like attempting and doing the best, but you know you will not be able to stop it.
Yeah. And maybe in terms of sustainability, with the destroying part on your side, Nicole, is there a sustainable way to get rid of these products, or how do you do that?
So it depends on the countries. So first, due to law, the goods are not in our hands, because we haven't produced them.
Yeah.
So they are belonging to the states then, and they have to decide how they destroy the goods. But if we can, we try to, let's say, or what can you do? So if you have a print on a T-shirt, you can't pull it off, or so it's not possible. So you have to remove the brand, or and then maybe donate it, or if it's possible, we try to do this, but often, as you can see, or it's imprinted here, so you can't remove it, or so we have to burn it or destroy it in certain ways.
Yes, because of course with the toxic dyes, you can't donate those, so you have to destroy it.
Yeah, so we first need to do the testing then, and it's also expensive. We already spend a lot of money into the case, or on the case, and then we have to spend also more money on the testing and everything. So the easiest way, unfortunately, is to destroy the goods.
Yeah, but it's also the safest way because, as you said, right, you don't know whether there are toxic dyes. You don't know whether the product functions, whether the airbag will blow up if in case of an accident.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult, and I think doing all this testing would be a burden which is not really justified.
And sometimes you don't know if the goods are going back to the market in certain countries. So
yeah.
Well, thank you for your insight. So this question is open to both of you. Maybe we can start with you, Eva Maria. So during this time of increased cost of living, people still desire nice things. So how do you support the argument that it's still wrong to buy counterfeit goods?
I really think it's for your own safety, it's for your own health, and it's also your contribution towards the society. Because, as I said, you don't know who's producing these T-shirts, right? It's children in a fabric somewhere in Bangalore, which eventually then burns down, right? I mean, that's a fact. That's what happens. And you always have to think about you're supporting a criminal organization, and that's something nobody should do just for because you're yielding for a new Nike or Hugo Boss or I don't know, Louis Vuitton bag, right? That's simply not worth it. I think it's our responsibility, each of ours responsibility.
Yeah. And Nicole, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so Eva Maria already answered perfectly. So, but company-wise, or I would. So, it's always a question of what you offer and what you get. Or so from my perspective, or it's. Just wait for the it bag, and maybe save your money to buy it instead of buying it cheaper on a market. I think you get more of it out there.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Or buy it second hand, right?
Or second hand, second life. So
that's more sustainable too.
It's more sustainable.
Okay, so that's all the time we have for our discussion. So now please remain seated, and we'll take a 2-minute break for you to all process this information and to ask any questions via the Mentimeter, and the code will appear here. Or if you prefer to raise your hand, we can get you a mic and you can ask a direct question. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, audience, and Nicole and Eva Maria. We have quite a few questions coming through. I can start off with one from the Mentimeter. So this one, maybe we can start off with Nicole, or yeah, with Nicole. It's a good question for you. What sentence do sellers get if caught selling counterfeit products? In terms of Hugo Boss, do you interact a lot with sellers, and do they get caught
sellers.
with your sellers?
With our sellers. So yeah, sometimes we get like hints from our sellers. Maybe there's a store on the opposite side or selling counterfeit goods. So they send us pictures and we investigate further, because it's sometimes also dangerous to send them there or to take pictures. So we decided as a company, or we take it on our side with private investigators then. But we get a lot of hints from our sellers, yeah.
And maybe Eva Maria, in terms of the legal side of it?
Yeah, so that really differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It also, are we looking at you as the buyer? Because in some jurisdictions, like in Italy, when you buy from a street vendor a counterfeit product, you will be sentenced. You will get a fine, a monetary fine. The seller, if he's acting on a commercial base, will get either a fine, a monetary fine, and that again then depends, depends on the jurisdiction. Sometimes depends on his income. Also depends on, is it the first time he's sentenced? Is it the second, third time? He can go to jail, yes, but that happens unfortunately not that often. Right? Because it's really, it's criminal organizations. It's really difficult to find them, and in particular, those street vendors. It's like with the online shops, right? You get one, even if he gets into jail, the next one's there to sell the goods, right? It's really a criminal organization, and they're using people who really need, who have no other option, right? When you go to, to Spain or to Italy, you will see that most of the street vendors who sell counterfeit goods, most of them are refugees. They come, they don't see any other option how to make their living, so that's why they're doing it. And when one of them gets into jail or is sentenced, the next one comes and will pick up the business.
Thank you so much. And I think before we take any more Mentimeter questions, do we have a brave soul in the audience that would like to ask a question? I think, Emma, we saw your hand go up.
To distinguish between a counterfeit good and the actual product itself.
Sorry, what was the question?
Sorry, again, please.
What advice would you give consumers when trying to distinguish between a counterfeit product and the actual product itself?
That's very difficult, because of course it depends a lot on the product, right? And price is an indicator, right? So if something is sold significantly under the usual purchase price, it's not a good deal. It's a counterfeit in most of the instances, right? So price is a very good indication. When we talk about clothes, and maybe Nicole can tell more about that, but I told Nisha before, sometimes when you open a bag of a counterfeit product, you smell it, right? You immediately smell it's counterfeit, because there's a very strange and a very, very strict smell. When you touch the product, you can see the sauce. It's not suit and steaks. It's the fabric is maybe thinner, right? There are many different indicators depending on the product, but I think for you as a consumer, price is the initial one. And when you buy online, check the website, right? Are there misspellings on the website? Is the seller identified on the website? Do you know where the goods are coming from, where they are shipped from, right? So I think online it's easier, but as I said, right, yesterday, the call, it was an online sale, but for 750 francs, you would assume it's genuine. Maybe it's 100 francs, 200 francs cheaper than the original one, but it's difficult to distinguish that, because as Nicole said, the images used online are often images from the brand manufacturer, so they take Hugo Boss images and put them on their websites. So from the images, you can't really distinguish. So online purchases are always very, very dangerous. I would simply recommend not to buy from any online stores which appear to be dodgy in any way.
And that's some good advice.
And to add on here from a brand side, or so we don't really educate the end consumers. We educate like law enforcement. We do trainings on our products to identify original from counterfeit products. We going out to them, having trainings with them, teach them how they could identify easily originals and counterfeits. And consumer-wise, we have currently going on a project where you can find like a barcode on our products, scan it, and get the information it's counterfeit or genuine. So, but this is a project.
Yeah, but that's what many brands are doing. So, for instance, Moncler, I think Moncler, they also have like a barcode you can scan, and then there are unique identifiers which will immediately tell you whether the product is genuine or not. So there's a lot of technology which came up in the past, let's say 5, 6, 7 years, which can be used, can be scaled, right? Because the problem is, of course, for a T-shirt, how many T-shirts do you produce? I don't know, right? How can you mark all of them with an unique identifier? But there's technology coming up, so hopefully in the future it will be more easy to identify counterfeits. But I think right now it's really difficult. And when you think about kind of breaks, etc., I mean that's nothing you can identify, but you're not buying them.
But also for the barcodes, or you can also copy them. So it's like a decision the company needs to take. Do they really want to implement something or not? So, but it would help us on a daily basis, honestly, to identify goods, because sometimes it's hard so if I get pictures, if I don't really see and feel it, or so it's hard for me to identify the counterfeits from the originals sometimes.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. Do we have any more audience questions? In the back, April.
What should we as consumers do if we accidentally purchase a counterfeit good and or find a website that obviously is selling counterfeit goods?
So we have in place like an email address on our website. You can find it. It's stopfake@hugoboss.com. So if you ever come up with a counterfeit somewhere, physically or online, just write an email on this email address and we will take care.
Okay, thank you so much.
Or contact the police, right?
Yeah,
if you really buy something, contact the police.
So,
because you will probably not be the only one buying it, right? There will be more. Like the call I got yesterday, again, it was one phone which was identified as being counterfeit, but we assume that the seller sells way more than just one counterfeit phone.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have some questions in the front? There. With the white shirt.
If you know, what kind of toxic chemicals or materials are used in manufacturing these counterfeit goods?
So which kind of toxic materials are in there, you mean, or yeah? We get this like testing results, but honestly, I'm not in this field, or so we just get the result. It's toxic, yes or not.
But there are certain chemicals which can be used to a certain percentage, right? And if the percentage exceeds, the limit, the standard, then it can be dangerous for your skin. You can maybe get some bumps or whatever. So it's not only that it's chemicals which are not per se allowed to be used in or for certain products, but it's also about the concentration, the amount of the chemicals which are used. And sometimes it's also products which are simply not permitted, right? In cosmetics, in particular, we often see that cosmetics contain some ingredients which you are not allowed to use because they can cause cancer or other diseases. And yes, and dyes is often one of the issues, right? The dyes which are used for fashion, which are not permitted to be used in Switzerland, in the EU, but the laws in Bangladesh or somewhere else are. Or maybe the products are simply available there. Maybe the laws are the same, but they're available there and used.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. There.
Thank you. So you mentioned at the beginning that you are working to strengthen the anti-counterfeiting laws. Are there any particular ways in which you are looking to strengthen these laws against counterfeiting?
Well, of course, there are many initiatives, in particular in the jurisdictions where most of the counterfeits come from. So Nicole already mentioned China, Hong Kong, Turkey. Those are the jurisdictions where we see a lot of products being exported from. And the organizations try to educate the legislators there, really try to lobby. It's difficult. Because it's in some jurisdictions, like in China, it's almost part of their economy, to be frank. So it's really difficult to make even the legislator, the authorities understand that this is a problem, that we can't tolerate this. But there are a lot of lobbying activities, education trainings, attempts of also, the Swiss Trademark Office, for example. They regularly exchange and visit the Chinese Trademark Office and discuss with them and try to make them understand, right? So it's really about education and awareness.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I think there's a question there.
Thanks. In what ways are the counterfeiting of physical goods similar to like the pirating of digital goods? Like, do they have like similar risks or?
I mean, for digital goods, when we talk about music, right? So kind of copyright protected goods. I mean, it's a similar effect or impact on the SDGs. Maybe not with regards to health or safety, because of course whether the music is pirated or not does not impact your health or safety. But it has other impacts, because think about copyright protection and copyrights. I mean, that's the way it's supporting innovation. It's supporting creativity. It's ensuring that authors, that artists can continue with their work, and if those income is not guaranteed or is not available, we will simply see less creativity and innovation, and eventually it also has an impact on education, right? Because the income, the revenues generated are also used for education, for schools to support schools. So there's a lot of so it's not the health and safety issue, but counterfeiting or pirated copyright products are as bad as counterfeit goods.
Thank you. Nicole, there's a question that came in for you from the Mentimeter. It says, what about the argument that companies produce their goods in factories with poor working conditions anyways?
Honestly, so there I need to revert to our social standards, or so there shouldn't be like production places out there with whom we're working who have this bad conditions, and we also visiting them. So we have an internal team who is visiting the production places, looking after, and in case there is something or they find something, we immediately stop working with them. But maybe they have the knowledge on our products and continue producing our products without our authorization afterwards.
But I think in particular, the brands, all of them have sustainability and ESG standards, which are rising. I won't say day by day, but there's really a lot of effort put into that, and part of the revenues are used for that. And you can be sure that the counterfeiter will not use any of its profit to increase working conditions, right? That's for sure.
Of course. Well, thank you both for answering all the audience questions. So that's all the time we have for this session. It's now coming to an end. And I would like to thank you, the audience, for your participation and your questions, as well as our panelists for sharing their experiences and insights onto this very important topic. So audience, please feel free to share your experiences on the YFS social media by using the hashtag True Cost of Counterfeit Goods or the hashtag YFS 2023. And please do check out INTA's Unreal campaign. It's very, very interesting. And in closing, I would like to thank you again, a huge thank you to Eva Maria and Nicole for sharing taking your time and your education. So thank you, everyone. Now I'd like you all to begin your transition into session 4. It will begin at 11:45, and you.
I'd like to ask you all to take your seats and silence your phones. On Earth, there are few places that are as remote as the poles of our planet. Frigid temperatures, adverse weather, and a near complete lack of life serve to explain why humans generally tend to avoid these areas. However, today I will be having a discussion with someone who does not fit this norm. Someone who, at a very young age, not much older than you or I, students at IZL, traveled to 3 of these most inhospitable places, completing the so-called polar hat trick. Skiing unassisted at the age of only 14 to the North Pole, traversing across Greenland only a year later, and finally, in 2018, skiing unassisted to the South Pole across a completely new route. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Jade Hameister. So, good morning. My name is Tom, and I'm a grade 11 student here at IZL, as well as a member of the Youth Forum Switzerland team. Today, I will be discussing Jade Hameister's Arctic exploits with her. Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. It's exciting to be here.
So firstly, I'd like to ask, what inspired you to travel to some of the cold places on Earth, especially at such a young age?
It's a great question. I was born into a very adventurous family, so I think that's where it grew its roots. I grew up around, a dad who was off climbing mountains. He did the 7 summits, including Everest, and we were always, traveling, going on adventures as a family. So it was part of my nature growing up. When I was 12, we did an expedition to Everest Base Camp when my brother was 10 and I was 12. And I met an Icelandic lady called Villa, who was trying to reach the summit of Everest, and she'd done a trip to the South Pole solo previously, and I spent a lot of time with her hearing her stories, and I was very inspired and wanted to start my own polar journey.
When you first departed, what did you set out to achieve? Just to test yourself mentally and physically, or was there some other motivation?
Yeah, the original plan was actually just to ski to the South Pole when I was 14, and then we did more research and worked out logistically that you had to be 16. So it was a little bit of a setback after we'd already started, training and organising for this expedition. And then we tried to work out what we would do in the meantime, and it turned out to be North Pole and Greenland as kind of preparation for South Pole when I turned 16.
So you would say that the main preparation for your final expedition were your previous expeditions?
In a sense, yes.
Was there any specific training regime you followed, or was it just going on expeditions?
Definitely. The training was very rigorous. I was training, 5-6 times a week. We were doing lots of strength training, so putting on muscle to be able to carry such heavy loads. And then we were also on the beach and in the bush pulling car tires, as kind of, simulating what pulling a sled would feel like on the ice. And that's sort of the closest we got to in Australia. I didn't have much snow training other than the week that we spent in New Zealand to learn, polar travel skills.
Could you describe an average day during one of your expeditions?
Yes, sure. So we would start the day at about 6 a.m. and as soon as we woke up, we'd turn on the stove. We'd start reheating the water that we'd made the night before by melting snow. And then we would make breakfast, which would be, porridge and coffee or a chai or some instant powder. And then pack up camp, fill our sleds with everything to carry for the day. We were on the move for 8 to 10 hours, 20 to 25 kilometers daily. We'd take rest breaks every hour, but it's kind of a sip of water and a bite of something to eat, lunch in the middle of the day, and then we'd set up camp, dig out snow to then melt when we got in the tent to make water, and then, in bed about 10 o'clock, I think. I'd write in my journal every night and then sleep, wake up the next morning and do it all again.
What would you say were your 3 most important pieces of equipment?
It's a good question. I mean, I did really value my journal at the end of each day. It was a good, release for me and to be able to process everything that I'd done and learnt during the day. And I still do that now. I don't know, I guess the stove was very important for food, and to be able to keep warm in the tent. Every time it was on in the tent, it was warm, and then as soon as you turned it off, it was freezing. And I guess my other piece of equipment that I value the most is my polar jacket. I think that is pretty special. It was with me on all 3 expeditions.
Did you ever have doubt in your ability to complete any of your expeditions?
Definitely, especially going into these trips not knowing how to ski. I wasn't born in Switzerland, I was born in Australia, and yeah, I mean, we learnt to ski the year before the North Pole expedition on this week in New Zealand, and it was very intimidating being a 13-year-old surrounded by New Zealand skiers who clearly knew what they were doing, and I did not know what I was doing. And I was setting out to, do these 3 big expeditions, so it was very intimidating, and I definitely questioned myself at that point. But I stuck true to my goal and pulled off the first trip, and then gave me a little bit more confidence and trained for the second one, and so on and so on.
How did the isolation, obviously you were not completely alone, but the isolation from most humans impact your mental well-being?
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty much alone with our thoughts every day for 8 to 10 hours. We would ski in single file because it's, the conditions are too extreme to be able to ski next to someone and have a conversation. And then you stop at lunch and you kind of eat and drink, and that's it, because you don't want to be stuck in those conditions for long. But yeah, I mean, it's something you definitely have to adjust to, and it definitely took at least a week to get into that rhythm, and to lose the negative self-talk. But it's also a very rare and special experience, I think, that you don't get every day back at home, because there's so many distractions. So making the most of it and really enjoying just having no phone, no distraction. It's really special.
How would you say the preparation for your expeditions and the expeditions themselves fit in with your schooling? You were still a student at the time, of course.
Yeah, so thankfully all 3 expeditions fell over school holidays mostly, so it was really just training that would take up after school time, and away from homework. But I still, I managed to finish the 3 trips before my final year of high school, so it didn't affect how I finished school too much. But yeah, I was lucky that I had really supportive teachers and friends that worked with me to pull it off.
So every journey, of course, has its ups and downs. Could you describe some of the worst hardships and most enjoyable moments of your 3 expeditions?
Sure. I mean, there was lots of both. I think obviously the really extreme conditions made the whole experience very challenging. We had days where it was -50 with wind chill, and I think the hardest aspect of that for me was being a female in those environments, and being in a group with 4 other men who it was so easy for them to go to the toilet. But for me it was so much more challenging, and I ended up having my guide make a down skirt for me to protect from some of the wind when I'd need to go to the toilet, because I ended up with first stage frostbite on my thigh because it was just wind the whole time. So that was very challenging, and something that isn't really spoken about. And then I guess on the other side of the spectrum, one of the most special moments of the whole journey was this unexplored Kansas glacier in Antarctica, which made our expedition a new route to the South Pole, and to be able to experience a place that no human has been to before is mind-boggling, and to be able to set the pace for the team and be out front in those environments is incredible, and a complete privilege. And yeah, that had to be my highlight of all 3.
What would you say was your key takeaway from your time traveling?
That's a good question. I mean, I learned so much about myself in those environments, and how I deal with pain and discomfort and how I can apply that now in my everyday life. But I guess I learnt too that, you know, I was inspired by another woman who, you know, inspired me to start my own journey, and I never pictured myself being able to, you know, inspire other young people. So I learnt that that was possible, and I learnt that I'm really passionate about that now, and so I continue to hopefully do that.
What would you say are the most important qualities someone would need to have to complete expeditions like you have? I think the most important quality is bravery, and I say this a lot because I think it's, you know, especially as young women, we receive so many messages telling us to, you know, not do this, and, you know, look a certain way and act a certain way, but really we need to, you know, not aim to be perfect and aim to be brave and courageous instead. And I think to be able to pull something like this off, when you don't know how to ski going into it, you have to be brave, because if you aim to be perfect, you're set out for failure, because nobody's perfect. And I certainly wasn't when I set out, and I'm still not. But yeah, to be courageous and to, you know, accept that you will fail and you will make mistakes, but push through anyway. You mentioned in your keynote earlier that you worked with a variety of different people preparing and carrying out your expeditions. Would you say there was one person who specifically stood out as maybe a mentor or a main person you were working with?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say definitely my biggest inspiration was Villa. She was kind of the reason for the biggest inspiration for the journey, and I'm still in contact with her now, which is really nice. But I have a really supportive group of friends at home and a really supportive family. My dad came with me on all 3 expeditions, so that made it a lot easier as a, 13, 14, 15-year-old girl, just having someone from home as support. But yeah, there's no way that I would have been able to do something like this without a support team like that.
Are you planning to participate in any further expeditions to the Arctic or the Antarctic?
I would love to. I would love to go back to Antarctica. It's one of my favourite places now. But since these expeditions, my focus has been study. I'm going into my 4th year now in Melbourne studying commerce, and I'm really interested in the relationship between business and sustainability. In terms of expeditions, I did a trip with my dad and brother just recently in Egypt. We did a 20-day crossing of the Sinai on foot with Bedouin tribe support. It was very loose, but it was a lot of fun. I'm just really passionate about making a difference in the sustainability space.
Yeah, so just on sustainability, I know you advocate for climate change. What exactly do you do to bring attention and work against climate change?
I think it's, as probably the only person of my generation to have had the privilege of, experience in these 3 main polar regions, I definitely feel a sense of responsibility to help protect it. With that privilege, I think does come responsibility. So just to be able to, be here at events like today and share what I learnt and my experiences and the things that I saw as they relate to climate change is important. And I'm actually doing a bit of work now with the Villa Institute in Villa Serlon in Switzerland as their youth advisor, and they're a great group of really inspiring people who really aim to connect young people with experts, and just to be involved in that too is really awesome.
Do you think that the young generation today, the students, are prepared to take on climate change? And if not, what do we still need to do? What do we still need to learn? What do we still need to innovate to be able to do this?
It's another great question. I think 100% we are. As a generation, I think we will inherit the consequences of the decisions of today's leaders, and that's kind of out of our control. But I think that we have, the passion and we have the unified movement to make a meaningful difference. It's kind of, we need to keep pushing with that, and it's kind of up to the current generation of leaders to give us a chance, really.
Do you think these current world leaders are doing enough? Do you think they're doing, well, probably too little? And what should the main focus be? Should it be to remove fossil fuels? Should it be to focus on international cooperation or something else?
Putting me on the spot here, Tom. Yeah, I mean, I think there's always more that can be done. So yes, I think more could be done. But I think that there are so many sub-issues to climate change that could be addressed. And that's why it's really inspiring. I was at the pre-forum yesterday seeing, students and people working on different specific issues in different areas, because it's not just climate change, it's all these other issues that feed into climate change and, the prosperity of humans. So, yeah, I mean, I think really it's about working out, where we fit in and how we can make a difference as individuals, and then, working on that. It doesn't have to be bigger picture all the time.
This might put you on the spot again, but what is your philosophy for life in one sentence?
I think it's a good follow-on from the last question, because I think my philosophy, if I had to choose one, is, we're all individuals and we all have our own set of knowledge and experiences and passions and interests. And I think we really need to explore that and explore that for the benefit of others. So yeah, exploring what drives us and what we're interested in, and working out how we can make a difference in that area for others, and being brave in the process as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is all we have in terms of prepared questions today. We're now going to take a short 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information and also come up with your own questions. Please remain seated. Once we recommence, we're going to finish with an audience Q&A session. So either submit to the Mentimeter code, which you can see here and here, or raise your hand. One of our logistics members will bring you a microphone. Please keep your questions brief, and we will try to get to as many as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're now going to complete the session with an audience Q&A session. First, I'd like to start with a question from Mentimeter. Jade, how much did each expedition cost?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how to start that answer, but I was very privileged to have the opportunity to do these expeditions, I'll put it that way. And yeah, I mean, it took a lot of, obviously, coordination and logistics planning to work out, you know, how much each piece, or how much would go into each piece, and, you know, how to piece it together. There was, you know, years that went in. It didn't just happen in a day. But it was about, you know, finding sponsors for gear and other things. And I mean, I had a dad, as I said, who had climbed Everest, and they did a short documentary on that with Discovery Channel. So he had contacts at actually Nat Geo, and they sponsored some of the expedition. They did a feature-length documentary on my trips as well. So finding support from different organizations, yeah.
If you had gotten sick or an accident had occurred during one of your expeditions, how would you have dealt with that?
Yeah, usually it's an air rescue, so an air evacuation, but that again is dependent on weather conditions. Obviously, a helicopter can't fly in a blizzard, so it would be about, you know, setting up camp, probably, depending on how urgent it is, calling in for an evac. But thankfully, we didn't have to deal with that.
So at this point, I'd like to ask, does anyone want to ask any questions in person? Yeah, can we get a microphone?
So you talked a bit about sleeping in the night. How was it like when there were blizzards? Was it cold? Was it hard to sleep?
Definitely. Yeah, very extreme conditions on most days, really. I think when you're in the tent at night sleeping, or in a storm, I think the tent sort of flaps and makes heaps of noise, and that's challenging. But I think the most challenging part about sleeping was that it was 24-hour daylight. So, you know, you're in the tent, it's meant to be 10 o'clock at night, and the sun's like here. So it's confusing. We did have eye masks, so that helped. But yeah, something you definitely have to adjust to, sleeping in those conditions.
Now another one from Mentimeter. What were the main home comforts that you missed during your expeditions?
I think I actually made a list in my journal that filled like 3 pages at one point about things that I missed. And I mean, top of them were, you know, mum's home-cooked meals and a warm shower and my own bed, friends and family, my 2 dogs. Yeah, I mean, the classic examples. I think the first thing I ate when I got home was like a tub of ice cream. And it's like ironic because, you know, you're in these cold environments, but you don't have ice cream.
How did it feel to, after your first expedition, after your last expedition, adjust again to normal life, going to school, meeting your friends?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big adjustment going into these environments and being on these expeditions, but I think it was an even bigger adjustment coming back from those environments because, you know, you almost feel like you're on another planet in these environments, and then you come back and, you know, I was still at school, so I was back in a classroom, and to have, you know, such an eye-opening experience and then to be brought back into a classroom is really challenging. But I guess I just had to, you know, divert some of that passion and interest back into school, which took some time. But yeah, with the support of friends and family, I got there.
What have your expeditions taught you about resiliency?
A lot. Yeah, I mean, I guess to my talk this morning as well, I really didn't, I knew sort of how to suffer before that, but I didn't really. So I learned a lot about how, you know, I respond to pain and how, you know, I react to suffering. We had on the Greenland and South Pole expedition an ex-Special Forces soldier as the camera assistant come with us, Heath, and in those really challenging times I spent a lot of time with him sort of in my ear, giving me, you know, tips and mind tricks to deal with pain and suffering, like you're suffering, you shut your eyes and you just push for, minutes, or you think that you can't go any further and you need to stop, but you just push for another 30 seconds and you can, keep going, or you smile to trick yourself that you're actually, not suffering or in pain. And so that was really special to learn, how he has dealt with pain in the past and how I can apply it to expeditions in our daily life.
With your father and you on expeditions, how did it feel for your mother and your brother to stay at home and obviously not be able to contact you for such extended periods of time?
Yeah, ask my mum. I know that she definitely struggled, and it took a lot of convincing, more convincing than it took Dad, to go on these trips. But we did have a satellite phone with us, or a satellite modem, so I was calling home, at least once a day when I could, in the tent. So yeah, but I know that she did struggle, but again, she's extremely supportive, so she wouldn't have stopped me at all.
How did you find the team to go with you, and what support did they offer you?
Yeah, we had a great team on all 3 expeditions, different Nat Geo camera person on all 3. They were all great. We had the same guide, Eric, for each of the expeditions. He has, 25, 30 years of guiding experience in these environments, so he's the man. And then my dad, which, was unmatched, the sort of support. It would have been a very different trip had he have not been there at that age. So it was a really great team, and I was able to learn different things from different people like Heath.
At this point, I'd like to ask again, are there any questions in the audience? Yes?
Going from an Australian summer, how was it going to those conditions?
It's a good question. I definitely missed my Australian summer. It was my first white Christmas, so it was an experience, and I actually had my second white Christmas this last Christmas in Switzerland. And I think that's how it should be. I think Christmas should be white. But we're pretty lucky to be able to be, on the beach for that day. And when I got home, it was still summer, so I had a little bit of that with friends.
I think there was another question over here.
Would you recommend that others would take on challenges like your own, or the ones that you experienced?
If they want to. It was a very personal goal, and I think, that's what people should aspire to achieve, is their own personal goal, and it doesn't have to be, a trip to the South Pole. It could be to be, school captain, or to receive, such and such award, or to just, learn about a new topic. I think it's stay true to yourself and what you want to achieve.
And now another question from Mentimeter. Did you apply any of your learnings from the expeditions in your school life and now studying at university?
Yeah, I think definitely what I learnt in terms of how I deal with challenges and how to be challenged. School is challenging and university is challenging, so to be able to, know how to push through and direct passion and knowledge, I think that definitely helped me in that way.
Wait, let me check something. Yep. You obviously had your expedition to Everest. Would you say that was your hardest expedition, considering it was the first time you came into these cold conditions? Or would you say that your expedition to the South Pole, which was obviously through a completely new route, was harder?
Yeah, I think they were all, including the base camp trip, they were all different. As you said, I was 12 at the time, so it was a new sort of challenge, and the biggest for me at that time. But definitely the South Pole trip was another level of challenging. I was sort of in the tent every night on that trip in tears because I was just exhausted and cold and had had enough. I was wearing a sort of neoprene face mask every day, and my hair was in braids, and it would freeze to the face mask with the moisture of my breath. So, I'd be in the tent over the stove in all my gear from the day, trying to, melt so I could actually take my face mask off. And it was really tough.
Any more questions from the audience?
How did your school peers treat you when you came back, or when they found out that you were completing these kind of like these kind of like adventures? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really notice a big change, to be honest. I shared with some of my peers what I was setting out to do beforehand, but it's hard as a 14-year-old to explain to another 14-year-old, that level of expedition, and I didn't really even know what I was getting myself into. So, you have to sort of be on those expeditions to understand it. But within my friendship group anyway, when I came back from the trips, it wasn't, oh my God, how was it? Like, what did you see? It was just, not ignored, but it was very normal. And it went back to normal very quickly, which I enjoyed.
And I think there was another question.
I was just wondering, since you obviously faced like a lot of harsh terrains and all the hardships that came with it, what motivates you to keep going every single day when you were out in Antarctica?
It's a good question. When I was in the middle of expedition and, felt like giving up or, at my worst point and really struggling, and I think what stopped me was, I didn't want to have to call an evac or, go through that process, and just knowing that, I'd put so much hard work and preparation and training, and so many others had to get me to that point, that, unless I'd broken an arm or a leg or I'd got a serious injury, I wasn't going to let myself do that. And it is easier said than done, but, I was so passionate about my dream that I didn't.
Now another question from our Mentimeter. Is there any other major experiences or travels or events that you want to partake in your life aside from these expeditions?
Yeah, I'm constantly finding ways to get outside and be in nature, and we did that trip in Egypt just recently, and yeah, I would love to keep doing this stuff in the future. It's a core part of who I am now, but I'm not set on wanting to become the youngest to do something again, or the first. It's just something that I really enjoy doing, and it's just going to be a big part of my life moving forward. But I'm passionate about my study now and learning about different things, and how I can, put my experiences into practice and make a difference.
Do you ever have a hard time relating to other people your age because of the experiences you've had?
Don't think so, no. I think, I definitely have had the privilege to have, other experiences and a new perspective, but I don't think that has changed, how I interact with my friends and my peers. As I said, it went sort of back to normal straight away when I got home, and it wasn't, a daily topic of conversation. So, if that answers your question.
Do you feel that as a younger activist, you hold a greater responsibility in leading the change of the future?
As opposed to an older?
As opposed to an older person or someone who doesn't have as much fame as you do.
Yeah, I guess we will be around for longer than generations above us, and we will inherit the challenges of today. So I think definitely there's a bigger sort of responsibility and a bigger task at hand. But I think we as a generation are definitely capable and passionate, and we'll make it happen.
At this point, I'd like to ask any more questions from the audience? No, we'll go back to Mentimeter then. You mentioned you encountered polar bear tracks. Did you encounter any wildlife while on the expeditions?
Yeah, I think so we crossed polar bear tracks on the way to the North Pole and in Greenland, and then the only other wildlife we saw, I think, were like maybe 2 birds in Greenland. I can't give you the name of the birds, but that was very weird to be sort of in the middle of the ice cap and, you know, a bird comes to say hello. But otherwise, you know, pretty much our Antarctic is a desert, but otherwise it's a very hostile environment, so there isn't much else out there.
Any more questions? Any last questions? It will be our last question if it is. No? Then that's all we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you. Oh, there is one? Oh, sorry, Miss Allen. My apologies.
I was just wondering, on your expeditions, did you come across, because it's obviously very isolated in the areas that you were in, did you come across any impact that man had made that surprised you, that you thought shouldn't be there?
Yeah, I mean, not direct impact, but definitely the impacts of you know, our actions warming those places. So in the Arctic, we had, you know, 2 weeks of delays before we could fly out because the floating sea ice kept breaking up, and that was unprecedented. They almost cancelled the season, and you know, they have in years post that trip. And then in Greenland, I'm not sure if you were there this morning, but we had all of that melt, and we had to carry our sleds, you know, a kilometre to actually find ice to start moving the sleds, and that was, you know, very new to everyone as well. So it's really scary, and you know, to be in the middle of the Greenland ice cap and to get rain is just like, what? Like, it's full on, and I think that's why I'm so passionate about it now, because I've seen it and I've experienced it, and it is quite concerning. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our panel today. We are running out of time. I'd like to thank you, the audience, for your participation and your questions. I'd like to thank my 2 co-panelists, Jason and Giovanni, who helped me organize this. And of course, I'd like to thank you, Jade, for sharing your extraordinary experiences and insights.
Thank you, Tom.
The next panel will be number 5, beginning at 12:45. If you have any more questions for Jade, feel free to come up and ask them directly. But I do encourage you to make it on time to your next session.
she's going to start.
Yeah.
You got mine.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. If you could all settle down and please put your phones on silent, the panel will be beginning soon. You guys are amazing. Good luck.
Russia invaded Ukraine, and the whole world changed. Russia set off a humanitarian catastrophe that has rippled around the world.
And coming at the same time as the ongoing dispute between Italy and the NGO group Sea-Watch, there is intense pressure for a new approach.
There needs to be an end to the toxicity of the political debate around what to do with refugees and migrants.
We are a growing movement of millions around the world coming together to campaign for change.
We ask ourselves, what can we change about the world?
And welcome. I'm Zoe Smith, a senior at ISL, and I'd like to welcome you all to YFS 2023, and specifically our panel is Aid a Cure-All Solution. So as we all know, oh, no, please. Thank you. As we all know, humanitarian aid is life-saving. We've seen the disasters like the war in Ukraine, the earthquakes in Haiti, and floods in Bangladesh. But we also know that this is when organizations such as Save the Children, Red Cross, and Doctors Without Borders step up and take action. But here's what you don't know. Humanitarian aid can actually lead to unintended long-term consequences. But development aid does help in the long term. It helps populations become sustainable through projects such as projects building the foundational infrastructure and helping with water and sanitation systems. But aid still needs to change. It still needs to improve, and we can all help with that. Please welcome me in joining on stage Mary May Fish-Tobin and Catherine McDonald. Catherine McDonald is currently completing her PhD in responsible business and has worked as part of UN development programs in Kosovo and New York, as well as on various projects at the Geneva Consulting Network. And during her time at UNICEF and ICRC, she worked in donor relations for aid and increasing bank involvement in humanitarian aid financing. Welcome, Catherine McDonald.
Thank you.
Sitting beside her is Mary May Fish-Tobin, who has experience in law and is currently working as a university counselor. In the past, she's worked as a legal advisor for human rights and business and has worked in projects in Innovate for Water, the Consultative Commission for Equality, Forest Trust, Waterlex, and Amnesty International in advising enterprises and governments on how best to reinforce human rights and equality through legal change. Welcome. So, Catherine, I'd like to begin with you. We know that humanitarian aid is life-saving, but critics have revealed a lack of communication between aid agencies and those in need. What do you believe? Is this a real issue?
So personally, I think it's really important to hear these voices, given that there are some critiques coming from different people on the ground, but also in other countries as well. But I think there have been efforts to make more transparency in this area, particularly around the way we think about development financing or humanitarian financing, given that there have been critiques of both. So one way is, for example, with impact bonds. There's a humanitarian impact bond by the International Committee of the Red Cross, and through this, they're trying to increase transparency by having the investors be rewarded or receive sort of a payment based on the results. And so having these accountability mechanisms based on results is really important for encouraging transparency in aid, whether humanitarian or development. And then also another thing is the importance of listening to local voices. So sometimes I think from this perspective, oftentimes there are concerns around aid organizations, whether development or humanitarian, being rather prescriptive in what they're doing and anticipating the population's needs. And one really important thing is to listen to local voices on the ground in order to ensure that the aid that's being given is actually appropriate for what they need.
Yes, I see. You had mentioned before that you had a project in Jamaica that you were involved in at one point, and as a student that you went, and you had personal experience to see how it really was on the ground. So you think that this is truly the situation after having been somewhere to see what's happening on the ground?
For sure. And so I think it's incredible, and thank you very much for the invitation today, because I think it's incredible to see this as a high school student, which I had the privilege to do. And I think it's incredible to be on the ground, to see different voices, different opinions, and also understand the impact that large organizations as well as grassroots organizations can make there. And given that the UN has recently released a report saying that in 2023, 1 in 23 people are estimated to need humanitarian or development aid. And this is a huge number if we think about things in perspective. And so given these concerns, I think it's all the more important that we try to listen to voices on the ground to understand how to best address these needs.
And Ms. May and Fischthoven, are you in agreement with this such critical necessity?
Of course I am, but at the same time, I'm a lawyer. I come from a legal background, and with Amnesty International, I've been a legal lobbyist since 2005. So first thing, I don't know if you know, but if you look at the most powerful groups and organizations in the world, in addition to governments, you have a huge amount of multinational corporations. Back in 2005, I was doing my studies in the University of Lausanne, and our law professor, he said something that I had really not even thought about, and that was the fact that companies were, in many cases, more powerful than the countries in which they operated. So I have a great difficulty with the fact that we have corporations in countries which are not working, and I think some change could come about in relation to that. In addition to listening to local voices, I think it's absolutely essential. And groups like Amnesty International, if somebody gets in touch with me and says, you know, there's a problem, I will immediately get in touch with Amnesty, who will immediately get in touch with the non-governmental organizations working in the country to see what is the best way of dealing with these kinds of problems. In relation to local voices, I also wanted to tell you, because you're all living here in Switzerland, I don't know if you know, 2 years ago, we had a big vote in Switzerland in relation to an initiative called the Responsible Business Initiative. And the initiative wanted to ensure that if corporations were working in other countries, and if they did something that was wrong, they should be brought back into Swiss courts. Because as the legal structure stands at the moment, a lot of companies are working in countries, and if human rights have been abused, they have nowhere to go, because maybe there's a lot of corruption or there are those kinds of problems. Here in Switzerland 2 years ago, the people voted, 50.7% of the people voted that there should be legal responsibility and that the companies should be brought into courts here in Switzerland. Unfortunately, when you want to change to the constitution here, those of you that are studying that know you have to have a double majority. So the cantons and the people have to agree. So the local voice in Switzerland said, yes, we need legislation to ensure companies are responsible, Swiss companies. And here in the canton of Zug, we have a huge number of multinational corporations. Switzerland has the most multinational corporations per capita in the world. So it's extremely important that we now get to a stage where companies do what they need to do in the countries in which they operate, and therefore the countries will be able to operate. So it's not just governments. Governments, of course, have a responsibility, but it's also corporations that have to take their responsibility.
And could you give a direct example of an enterprise in which this has happened, and maybe elaborate on kind of the impact from the people in need?
Any of you who've been following this know it's happening all the time to many different corporations. At the moment, there's a lot of legislation coming through, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. But in the local papers recently, there was an article relating to the chief operating officer of a group, London Petroleum, who has been called back into the courts in Sweden as there was a lot of problems back in the 90s in Sudan. And the cause for the action relates to genocide. So I think when you get to a moment now, and we're getting to that moment, when corporations are being made and the people at the top of corporations are being held accountable for human rights abuses such as genocide, I think then companies are going to really get their act into gear. It hasn't been the case up to now. And Amnesty International, I've been a legal lobbyist with them, going into corporations and trying to bring change, has always said voluntary initiatives are fine, but until we have really proper legislation that's applicable in all the countries where people operate, we're not going to have the results. So.
I see. And Catherine, your PhD explores responsible business. Could you elaborate on that for the audience and the potential impact of this change?
Of course. So responsibility is a big topic and a big word, I think, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Mm-hmm. And so for me, this really means going beyond greenwashing and just kind of ticking the boxes to really be responsible for your company as a whole. And so this to me includes, for example, respecting human rights, of course, and making sure that you don't do any harm. Because oftentimes I think corporations try to be very proactive. And as we've seen now, they try to engage, they try to put out a lot of publicity. But the question is, what are they really doing on the ground? And so I think looking at responsibility in very tangible terms to see, are they doing harm? Are they doing good? Is it a neutral effect? How are things working? Is really important to kind of understand this dimension. And going back to what Mary mentioned about the responsibility of corporations, during my master's dissertation, I was able to go to the Democratic Republic of Congo and to South Africa to do fieldwork. And there I was studying the cobalt supply chain and the artisanal miners involved in this. And artisanal mining, it sounds like a very nice term, but really it's individuals working in the informal economy trying to mine minerals often. And this is very precarious work, and there are huge issues around human rights and child labor. And this is one thing where I think corporations can take a really big stance in acting responsibly. So ensuring that they're respecting human rights throughout their supply chain, not just in Switzerland, but also on the ground in the DRC or in Bangladesh or wherever it may be, especially when it comes to the treatment of workers. So I think, yes, it's a big question and a big topic, and hopefully we see a lot of kind of meaningful improvement in this area as well.
And so, like you said, responsible business is often monitored or measured through how well the human rights are protected. And do you believe that should this be properly implemented, that could result in less need for development aid programs because the people are in less need in that way?
In some ways, yes. So I think you see some corporations taking a very developmental role, especially when they're working in emerging economies. But then it also comes to the question of, should corporations be doing this? And are they going too far? Are they creating damage? So I think it's a very delicate balance in finding footing there. But I think when it comes to respecting human rights, it's a really core tenet of responsibility. Also environmental protection, and I think thinking holistically and sustainably overall. So not thinking about the short-term profit, but actually thinking about the long-term and the impact you have on the people, on the ground, on the environment, and on society more broadly.
I see. And Mary, from your experience, like you mentioned legislative changes and so on, with business and human rights, could you elaborate more on how this change is happening today?
Yeah. So I began my work with Amnesty International in 2005. And just before I started with them, I was driving along, and I've always been totally fascinated by the whole balance of power between these different organizations and how it works globally. And I heard Kofi Annan, he was the UN Secretary for Human Rights. And on the radio, I remember exactly where I was, because, there are moments in your life you never forget. It's like these wake-up moments, And he called upon business to take responsibility. And I don't know if any of you are studying this, but he set up a thing called the UN Global Compact. And then he appointed a man called John Ruggie. And John Ruggie was the special representative on business and human rights. He came from Harvard. He just died last September. We all felt as if we almost lost a member of our family because he had done so much. He was involved in public policy. And he went around the world talking to companies and talking to governments and managed to persuade everyone to sign up. And the Human Rights Council brought it through in 2011 to the UN guiding principles. And these were guiding principles that basically put in place the structure of the world and what needed to be done. And it said to governments, there are 3 different pillars. Your job is to protect human rights. You as governments, most governments in the world, have signed up to all sorts of conventions. And in those conventions, you agreed to protect, and you're not doing it. I'm saying that, he didn't say that. So he said, okay, governments, you've got to protect human rights, but he said to corporations, and this had never really been said before, you have to respect human rights. That was the second pillar. And the third pillar was, he said to both governments and to corporations, you have to put in place the processes, the laws, the remedies, in order to ensure that that happens. And that was an amazing moment in the world, because we didn't have anything like that, because there was no legislation going from country to country, particularly in relation to corporations. When a corporation is formed in any country, you have a personality, not like you guys have a personality, but you have what is called a legal personality. So you belong to a country. And if your country is not following what you're doing, it can be very destructive for the world. So that's where we are today. And thanks to John Ruggie and his work, bit by bit, countries started to put in place legislation. And they put in place in France the loi sur les diligences, following the companies, and it's having a huge, it's making a huge difference to the way corporations are working, French corporations are working globally. And little by little, other countries followed. And the UK put in place their policies in relation to slave labour. Then Holland followed. The German government, and I don't know where all you guys come from, but the German government have been very, very forward-looking in relation to how they work as a government among their departments. Because the one problem that governments have is not everybody agrees. So if you're in Switzerland, you know, you might have the Department of Foreign Affairs who thinks, yes, it's really important, the reputation of Switzerland in relation to how our corporations work. But the Department of the Economy, SECO, might be more worried about what the corporations in Switzerland feel like. So it's very important to know in governments which departments are involved in human rights discussions and how that works. So as a result of all of that, and that led to the Responsible Business Initiative here in Switzerland 2 years ago, and there's another one coming, because an initiative, I think 150,000 signatures have gone in again to Bern saying, we want you to do more, you're still not responsible. And from a European perspective, there's legislation coming through probably in the next 6 months, which is going to say that people in corporations will find themselves responsible and they have to do their due diligence. And this is going to change, I think, the way corporations act globally. And it's time, because corporations are so powerful and they could be such, I mean, I believe in the good of human beings. So I think people can really change things. I think you guys can change things. I think people in corporations can change things. We just have to have some courage. And today, you know, with what's happening with the Ukraine and with Russia, corporations are finding themselves in very difficult situations. This is not a black and white issue, you know, because corporations work, they're working with people and families, and then suddenly they find themselves in kind of situations we're in today. So it's extremely important that we catch a hold of this and change the way things are done.
Mary, you just explained how kind of change is happening properly in this field of work. Ms. McDonald, do you agree that such change is happening at a proper rate in relation to modern times?
I suppose I would say probably that we're not moving fast enough, but I think it is encouraging to see the progress that's been made. So forums like this, where youth are coming together, I think that's incredible to kind of spur action and motivation. Also, as Mary mentioned, I think it's really important that things like human rights, for example, or sustainability are not viewed as just something for the humanitarian sector or the development sector. It's something we can all take part in, and it's something that we can all be a part of. And I think it's important to think about our roles if we work in companies, for example, or in big organizations, as playing an important role there, but also in our individual roles. So as investors, as consumers, what we choose to buy, if we choose to buy clothing that's made fairly, for example, where we buy our groceries, these sorts of things can have a really big impact if we all work collectively together. So I think really thinking about it holistically, and that it's something that we can do our own small part towards in order to try to make a difference.
I see. And so we really can all play our own part in this. And it really comes down to every small person.
For sure, yeah. And collectively, I think we're able to enact much bigger change.
So returning to the point of human rights, we did discuss this slightly before, but what is the impact of cultural views on this? And this is open to either of you. And how does it impact corporations as well?
Cultural views. What do you mean when you say cultural views?
I guess how cultural views can change one's approach to human rights and how that may affect them in the business world on multinational scale.
Well, Some countries are much more difficult to deal with than other countries when you talk about something like human rights. I know, for example, I did quite a lot of work with Amnesty International in relation to China. And it's very difficult to use certain words in certain countries. But you know, for example, at the moment, I don't know if you know, there's been a huge amount of problems in Xinjiang territory in China because there's a very big camp there, I think over 1 million people, the Uyghur people in that camp. But in that same area, you have a lot of multinational corporations who are operating. And recently, the Biden government in the US brought out a law basically saying if any of their companies were working in this area, they had to come back and say what they were doing. So it is very difficult in certain countries to talk about human rights, but it appears to me it's changing slightly. I gave a talk in a school in a university in Lausanne recently, and two of the students were from China. And they both came up to me and they both said to me, we're human rights activists. And I was extremely surprised because in some countries it's not easy to be a human rights activist. I mean, we are all looking at what's happening in Afghanistan and Iran at the moment everywhere. But I think you guys have a big part to play. I'm a great believer in the power you have. I'm a great believer in the fact that international schools give you students from all over the world the possibility to understand things much more holistically, which maybe brings you beyond the cultural impediments you might have if you live in a country. So you're extremely lucky. No, but seriously, and I have two kids who grew up here with a Swiss dad and me coming from another country. You're so lucky. You're getting the possibility to think around and across the world when you have the time to think, you know? Some people are in situations that are very dangerous, trying to do the best they can. So you can make a difference, but from a safer space, in a multicultural space,
yes.
let's say.
And YFS really allows us to have that opportunity, particularly at our school here. I'd like to take a moment to introduce the audience to the Mentimeter code, which is just on the side. We'll take a 2-minute break to allow you to gather your thoughts after such provoking points and ask some questions. There will also be a mic being passed around should you wish to ask that personally to the speakers. So we'll begin that 2-minute break now. Thank you so much for listening. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We've received some provoking questions from the Mentimeter that I'd like to bring up at the moment. A certain student mentioned, you talked about how this has been a positive trajectory towards achieving it. Have there been any success stories, whether in government lobbying or local voices, that you have been a part of?
This is for me.
Yes.
So can you ask me the question again?
Yes.
I have to concentrate. Sorry.
Have there been any success stories, whether in government lobbying or local voices that you've been a part of? Listening to local voices, that is.
Well, I think the listening to local voices, I think what happened in Switzerland with the vote 2 years ago was a huge success. This is quite a conservative country. It takes a lot. When you reach out to a whole population of a country as conservative as Switzerland, and people vote here, they do vote here, and you get 50.7% of the people who say, yes, we need legislation to ensure our companies are acting responsibly wherever they operate. That is huge. Now, the fact that the cantons didn't agree can also be to do, you know how the system works here in Switzerland. You have a lot of small cantons, you have big towns, and it's the small cantons sometimes that actually hold sway. So they're usually much more conservative. But the fact that there's another initiative coming up again, and the people involved in the initiative, they were coming from politics, they were coming from churches, they were coming from people coming from the right and the left wing. It was coming from everywhere, because I believe in Switzerland as a country, and I believe there's so many people here who want this to be a responsible place. So for me, that's a great success story. In relation to the rest, it's really difficult. I mean, some people ask me, we had a project, and it was with the Swiss government to some extent, trying to find out which companies would you say are responsible companies. And for me, that's really difficult to answer, because I find it very hard to say who. I often go into universities and I talk to students and I say, who do you trust? And people sit there for 10 minutes. And I say, no, you're not to say your mother, your father, your friends, just who do you trust? And one of the great problems, particularly for corporations today, is nobody really trusts anybody. You know, some people said Swiss government, some people said the Icelandic government, and some people said their mothers and their sisters and boyfriends and stuff. But, you know, we need to get back to a place where we can trust. And I think that would be a success story.
Yes.
But then we have to have authenticity. And then we have to have people like you know, thinking about this and talking to your peers about it and informing yourself as much as you can. Because as you said, you have a great impact. You're consumers too. You have parents as well. You can talk to your teachers. You can decide where you want to do and what you want to study. I think education is very key too.
To lots of good future change.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Catherine, I have a question for you here from the Mentimeter, and it's regarding aid and what are the challenges of working with this area in fragile or struggling states, and that can either be like with relations to governments or enterprises and such.
Sure, yeah. I think it's a great question, because there are many challenges, but also I think many rewarding experiences as well. And so I think it's about kind of looking at these challenges as things that can be overcome, but also things that you can try to take a go at, and hopefully you're making an improvement for the best. And so I think, as you mentioned, local governments can be an issue, also federal governments, depending on the country, also the humanitarian situation on the ground, right? I mean, access can be a very difficult issue. And again, gaining the trust of local voices, because as Mary mentioned, trust is a really important thing. And I think oftentimes now, especially whether it's in fragile conflicts or here in Switzerland, maybe a little much less so. But I think oftentimes we approach things or these big problems from a place of fear rather than a place of optimism. And so I think, as was mentioned this morning as well, it's very important to be courageous when we think about these issues and to really try to overcome them and to think positively as a problem that can be approached. And it's important to work with these local voices to gain trust, also with governments as well, and to listen to people. I think dialogue and listening are so important, regardless of whether it's a negotiation with a government in a conflict-affected region, or if it's just with someone who has a different opinion from you. I think it's so important to engage and listen, and then you can form your own opinion, but it's important to engage in this dialogue and be open-minded.
Like really expose yourself to such differentiation. You have
Exactly.
opportunity to figure all these out.
And sometimes I think it strengthens your beliefs. Other times you change. And other times you come up with better arguments, right? But I think regardless, this open-mindedness, I think, is super important regardless of the issue you're dealing with.
We have one more question from the audience, and that is, like you said, kind of changing your viewpoint and things. Like, having worked in both your fields, like, has your views on human rights and aid, has this changed over time?
On human rights, I haven't changed from when I was a child, when I saw injustice in relation to, I grew up on a farm, and we had so many cats. And I spent my time going around trying to save the cats, because on farms they don't go very far. But I don't think anything has ever changed. I think one of the big challenges in life is not to change when you think something is important. And they say if you're not an idealist under 20, there's a problem. And if you're an idealist over 40, there's a problem. So I've always had a problem, But I think you have never let fear take over your life. That's what happens to a lot of people. They become very fearful and they're afraid to take a risk. They're afraid to lose a job and they're afraid to express who they really are. And you should never do that. Stay with who you really are, because if you don't, you won't be happy.
I see.
I got into a lot of trouble with me being as I am, but something, I've never regretted it, because at least you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I believe in this, I've always believed in this, and I believe in human beings, and human beings treating each other properly. Because the environmental damage we have has been caused by human beings. So everything is connected, and it's all connected to the inequality that people suffer. And I think in a more equal world, I think we'd all have a better world. So,
understood. Yeah. We have just one final question before the end of the panel due to time constraint. In your opinion, what are the best ways for students like us to get involved and help with this issue?
Start with Catherine.
Sure. So I think, as I said before, it's incredibly important to be open, to listen to different things, people with different opinions, but also to look for different opportunities and to find ways to get involved in your local community at a very local level, but then also at a bigger level if that's something you want to do. And I think, to try to challenge yourself, challenge your beliefs, listen to other people, try to get involved, and really, I think, take advantage of the opportunities that you have here at the school. But also as well within your local communities.
Yeah, open-mindedness, absolutely. I've been following the story of Harry and Meghan. I'm sure some of you have as well. And people say, are you really following that? And I say, yeah, because if I don't listen to everybody and understand as much as I can't even have an opinion. So we have to try and read widely. We have to, you have to understand the power you have to bring change. I think in your future you should think, I remember I got involved in my school when I was your age and I became the prefect because I wasn't in agreement with the authorities. So the only way I could bring change was to get involved and have those discussions. So I think you should move in and take leadership roles wherever you can. If you go to university and you decide that you're interested, I know Rui there is interested in Amnesty International, then you get in there and you make sure that you get involved. I got involved in University College Dublin, and I went on to the Law Society Debating Club, which allowed me to meet people who were doing very interesting things in my country. So always get involved. And don't forget, you are consumers. So you can have a look and see what you're buying. You can see, is it a good buy? Is it necessary? Where is it coming from? I mean, none of us are saints. I find myself sometimes asking myself, because I like buying things too, but you have to think about those things and understand the impact of what you do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can do a lot. I've stayed in education. I'm a lawyer by training. I went into education and I never left it. Because for me, young people, you have the power of the future and you've got to take it.
I realize we have a little bit more time, and there's another question from the Mentimeter that I'd like to bring up. They've mentioned, in spite of the prosperity human aid brings to people and their lives, does being involved with governments and corporations bring about any corruption or misuse of humanitarian aid or the people?
For sure. I mean, I think historically we've seen many instances of this, and I think this is also why trust has decreased in this area. And so I think this is why it's incredibly important, especially now, given the scale of humanitarian crises that we're facing, that humanitarian and development organizations and multinational corporations and individuals act in a responsible manner. Because I think without this trust, we won't be able to come together and make positive change. So it's crucial that we work together, and also, I mean, regardless of the field that you work in, or your area of interest, I think remembering these kind of key principles of human rights, do no harm, and open-mindedness are so important, regardless of where you work or what you do, because you can have an effect, in your own field, no matter what.
See, and you mentioned all the actors involved. For a question for both of you, is there a key or most important actor that everyone should kind of focus more on, or have more efforts? Or
a key or most important actor? I think everybody is important in this discussion. I don't think you can break it down. I don't think you can simplify it. There's a lot of discussion out there. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about that. There's a thing called ESG, Environmental Social Governance. And, it seems impossible. I read The Economist. It takes me about 3 weeks to read one issue. But it seems to me that human beings keep trying to simplify something that's not simple. Everything is connected. The actions of everybody is connected. You can't simplify it and say one is more important than the other. Every human being and the way they act and who they are is important.
For sure. I would definitely agree with that. And also I would add, thinking about kind of the concept of citizen ethics, we can think about ourselves as individuals. So as I said before, how we invest, how we consume, but also as our role within organizations and then within society as a whole. And I think thinking on those 3 levels, you can really see that the individual can make a huge impact when brought together with collectively with others. And so I think thinking about how we make our choices and what we do, and also whether you choose to engage in activism, or you choose to engage in politics, or you choose to just do your job but act very responsibly in that way. I think it's really important to think about the change that we can make collectively and as an individual.
And be honest with yourselves.
Yes.
Be honest with yourselves. I heard some of the other discussions, and I think the same things keep coming up. Be honest. Stick with your principles. Find your purpose. Go with your passion. Find what your passion is. Because if you find that, I think life is good.
Or at least much better.
Yeah.
Yes. I'd like to just return back to when we were discussing kind of how the developing aid and corporations and how they adhere to human rights is changing, to kind of see what that would reflect in development aid and humanitarian aid. What are some of the consequences and advantages of this, particularly in aid and those in need?
I don't see enough change yet at all. And it always strikes me, everything is very simple when you really start to think about it. So development aid comes through in a country, our tax monies, and it goes to countries which need this development aid, often because the countries are corrupt or the governments are corrupt. So people in countries are paying with their taxes for development aid, and companies are working in those countries and could probably do a better job. So for me, I think we have to start linking things together more logically and finding better answers to the way we work. I always think I was working with a group who were working with supply chains, and I couldn't understand why we couldn't say to the companies, you are more powerful than the government in the country where you're working. I didn't know why people didn't have the courage to do that. I didn't know where the fear was coming from. Here in Switzerland, I've heard, because I work a lot in women's issues, and I was saying this to you earlier, I've heard in our government in the canton of Vaud, I've heard them saying, if we give paternity rights to men, all the companies are going to leave Switzerland. Of course they're not going to leave Switzerland. Where are they going to go? So I think there's an awful lot of fear that has to be got rid of, and we have to sort of move forward in a much more simple way. That would be my answer to that.
Yeah, I would also speak a little bit towards accountability. So I think it's really important that we're accountable for our actions and also what we say. Yeah. And so if we look at companies, for example, I think today many are publishing beautiful reports. They look fantastic. But the thing is that how are you really engaging on the ground, right? Are you living up to those principles that you write about? Or is it just something that you're putting out there for show or for greenwashing purposes? And so I think kind of reconciling those things, so what you're saying with what you're doing, is super important for accountability, both as a company, but as a government, as an individual, at all levels.
And one of the problems is people actually don't know where to get the information. They don't know how to judge. You open up one of these great reports and you don't know, is it true, is it not true? So therefore, sometimes, by default, you just don't believe it. And there are more and more ways of discovering how things work. And that's where you have to put your mind down and try and find those ways. For example, in relation to human rights, there's the Corporate Human Rights Benchmark, which now looks at most of the big companies, tells you what they say they're doing, tells you what they're doing. So there's more and more places, and I have so many different references to the Human Rights Resource Centre, which was set up by somebody from Amnesty probably 20 years ago. There are good, valid places that you can find the information, but you have to look for it. And that's where you have to become very curious and ask the questions and find the answers and go to the people. I mean, in a school like this, you're going to have so many teachers who'll be able to set you on the right road to find the real answers and not just take what you're told, but go and see, is it true, or as far as you can, because it's very hard to know nowadays. Because there's so much greenwashing, you know. It used to be called corporate social responsibility, and I can't even hear that word anymore, because we're at another stage which hopefully is going to lead us to a bit more truthful kind of world.
And I think it's important also just to mention that it's not kind of about naming and shaming companies, because I think these reports are very important to get the conversation started. And if they can start with very small steps in one area, then hopefully it kind of creates a bigger impact later on. So I think it's important that we realize, yes, these are important steps, but it's important that we hold them accountable to try to promote real and lasting change.
And the problem is, now that the companies have started to do so much reporting, and now that we have more and more legislation coming, they're probably going to start doing less and less reporting, because judges in courts are saying, but you said this in your report. So it's getting very complex now. Before it was, we'll tell everybody everything, nobody's checking it anyway. And now people are beginning to check it. So let's see what happens there. It's a very complex world out there, guys.
And that brings us to a close. So I would just very much like to give a warm thank you to our speakers for their dedication to YFS.
Well done. Thank you.
I think the audience truly has many takeaways, and we now know to really keep ourselves fully informed and always not scared to take action. So I would like to now welcome you to go to your next session, which begins at 1:45. And thank you for your support, audience members, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Good afternoon, everyone. The session's going to begin momentarily, but before it does, please make sure you're all seated and that your phones are on silent. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ethan Mugford, and I'm a grade 12 student here at IZL. And on behalf of the YFS team, I'd like to welcome you to this afternoon's session of Going Beyond, Service and Action. Over the next 45 minutes, we're privileged enough to listen to two different speakers talk about their expertise and relative accomplishments in their fields in two TED-style talks. Afterwards, should any of you have questions, I'd ask you to come and ask them directly if we have time remaining. Our first speaker for today will be Jane Zungbogbo. Jane works to create positive change for the youth and education systems in Ghana. In 2004, she founded Kohlebite Chiltern Center with her husband, which is now a registered charity in the United Kingdom. KCC works with 300 children weekly and seeks to find environmentally sustainable and innovative solutions to common problems faced by Western African communities. So please join me in welcoming Jane to the stage.
Thank you, Ethan. Yes, I set up Kohlebite Chiltern Centre 20 years ago with my husband. And our main focus is on enabling young people and children to access and sustain education, which is quite ironic, really, because I didn't like school very much at all. In fact, I was reminded just at lunchtime of a situation that happened to me when I was in high school. I was in my second year of high school. And we had rough books. They were basically books that you had for writing notes in. And I was doodling on the cover of mine. And Mrs. Beattie, my physics teacher, saw me doing this. And she made me stand up in front of the whole class. And she said, "Jane, young ladies of your standing and position in society do not scribble on their rough books." And I was like, okay. And at that point, the rebellious streak came out in me. And I went home that night, dyed my hair 4 different colours, and then walked into physics at 9 o'clock the next morning. And obviously, she and I had a little chat after the class. But the hair dye was in for 6 weeks. There was not much that could be done. But I think it's very good to have a rebellious streak in you. A bit of positive disruption is really, really good. It's very healthy because it helps you to question things. And when somebody says to you, "No, you can't do that," it makes you think, actually, why not? And another really good example of this, and I've got lots, when we built our first learning centre in Ghana, the guys came to measure out, to dig for the foundations. And along they came with their metal triangles to make sure that we actually had right angles on all the corners, and their pieces of string. And my husband, Marshall, and I had already actually marked out the whole area that we wanted to be used for the learning centre. And these 2 guys came along from the village, and they hummed and they hawed, and they stood there, and then they got out their bits of string and everything. And then they said, "Yes, we are ready. We can show you how big your foundations are going to be, and we'll tell you how much it's going to cost to dig them out." So Marshall and I walked over, and we looked, and we said, "But you've made it smaller. We want it to kind of go further that way." And the guy looked at me and he went, "Madam Jane, this centre is for children." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, they're small. They do not need so much room." So it's like, okay. So that involved another conversation, because that was really his perception. It wasn't sarcasm. It wasn't humour. His thoughts were, they're only children. They don't need space. What are they going to do with space? So that was another conversation. And it's one small example of some of the challenges that we have, but our challenges have been much greater. Ethan mentioned that we work with 300 children every week. We do. In total, we probably work with about 1,200 children and their families, and we work with them in a number of different ways. We enable them to access education, and more importantly, to sustain an education. Because when you come from a fishing or a rural community, somewhere like Ghana, there's lots of challenges for you. Challenges might actually be more so if you're a girl. If you're a girl and your mum needs to go to market one day, then somebody's got to stay home, look after the younger children, maybe do the cleaning, maybe go fetch wood for the fire, maybe go fetch water. And the chances are they're not actually going to get one of the boys to do that. We often have families that come to us and say, can you help us, please? Because we have children, we can't afford to educate them. And Ghana government will tell you, education is free. No, it's not. They'll pay the school fees, but you could walk into a classroom having paid your school fees, but the school won't give you a pencil, piece of paper, a textbook, toilet roll, and more often than not, they won't give you a desk and chair to sit at because there aren't enough. So you can go to school if you can provide all of those things and if you've got lunch money every day. Sorry, I drink loads of water in Ghana and I can't get out of the habit here. So there's a lot of challenges for people to overcome. We had a family that came to us very recently. They had 3 children. Moses, 5 years old. Mary, 8 years old. Josephine, 11 years old. And the family came to us. Dad is a carpenter. Mum sells fish when there's enough fish to sell, because having enough fish is another issue in itself for the community right now. And the children had been at school, but because Dad wasn't working, there's no money. And in Ghana, there's no benefit system, there's no welfare, so there's no financial safety net for you. So if you don't have, you really don't have. They came to us, they said, we want to send Moses, 5-year-old Moses, super cute, great smile, we want to send him to school. And we're like, okay, that's fine. We can help you with that. We understand your situation. We can help you. Now, what about Mary and Josephine? No, they can stay in the house. They're okay. But don't they need to go to school? No. There's things they can do in the house. We're really worried about Moses getting an education. So after a lot of conversations, which ended up along the lines of, we will send Moses to school, but only if you will allow us to send his 2 sisters as well, we came to an agreement that everybody was happy with. And the children go to school, we see them 3 times a week as well in our learning centre. And it's nobody's fault that parents feel this way. This is culture, this is tradition. And we don't want to disrespect the tradition, but it is only fair, surely, isn't it, that everybody has a right to education, regardless of your gender. So that's something we work really hard on. We've been working with ISZL now for an awfully long time. I think it's 2011. It was a partnership that came about by a guy called Michael Junkins. And Michael and I used to teach at an international school in Ghana. And as I have a habit of doing, if I meet somebody that's got a certain skill set that I think would be really helpful, I persuade them, actively encourage them, twist their arm, pretty much anything else I need to do to get them down to the centre to meet the children and to lend a hand. Michael was actually, as I say, an occupational therapist, and he did some amazing work. And when he left Ghana, he came to ISZL as a teacher. So he then set about doing some fundraising for us, which was absolutely fantastic. Really happy that he did that. And then after a couple of years, he left and he moved to the States. We weren't sure what that was going to mean for our relationship with ISZL. Chris Koch came along, and he and I started emailing and talking to each other. And this is the bit that neither of us can actually agree on. It was whether he said, I want to bring a group of students to you, or whether it was me that said, why aren't you bringing a group of students to us? But either way it happened, and it happened for the first time in 2015. And since then, other than the 2 years off for COVID, we've had a group of students coming to us every year. And I can say hand on heart, and those of you who may be parents may not believe me, but there is a huge amount of joy in having your house suddenly filled with 25 teenagers. There really is. Yes, there's noise. Yes, there's confusion. Yes, there's often a bit of stress that goes with it. And yes, there is always, but always, an empty fridge. But there is a tremendous amount of fun. The students come to us, they work incredibly hard. They get completely filthy, completely exhausted usually, but if we've done our part right, they also have a fantastic time and a truly wonderful experience being part of a very authentic West African fishing community. Because we don't try to scrub anything up, we don't walk in front of everybody with a paintbrush so it all looks gorgeous. We show them the reality of life in a West African fishing village. And I think that's a really valuable experience, because if we don't understand what life is like for other groups, how can we possibly really understand what their challenges are and what they mean to them in their life? Because understanding only comes from really looking at something, and as much as you can from living that experience or part of it. And we've done great work with the students from ISZL. Our main focus is still and continues to be on education and getting children into education and keeping them in education. And we've now got, hurrah, hurrah, our first girl who's just completed her first year at university. She's studying agricultural biotechnology. She's got another 3 years to go. And it's really tough for her, because you've got to imagine, if you possibly can, what it's like coming out of an environment where nobody in your family has been to university. Most of them probably didn't get past junior high school. And all of a sudden, you're going pretty much to the opposite end of the country to go and study. And yet you've got to come back into this environment every vacation. So her name is Rita. I don't know if her picture is up now. No, that's not, that's Pedro. But I put these up as a reminder for me, because I never quite know what I'm going to talk about when I come on stage, because I've got too many stories. So I just have loads of pictures, and then if I get stuck, I look at a picture and go, oh, yeah, I'll talk about that. But anyway, Rita's photo is up there. She'd probably be really upset with me, because I actually put up a photograph of when she was 11, as well as a photograph of her as she is now. I don't think she'll thank me for the 11-year-old photo, but never mind. I'm not sure if she's watching it, but there. So that's a tremendous success, and it's a measure of our success. But it can't be underestimated what a challenge it is for her. And Rita's really fortunate. She's got fantastic sponsors who have been sort of sitting on the sidelines for quite a while she went through junior high school and the beginning of senior high school. And then they've stepped in and they said, yep, we'll work with her all the way till the end of university. Now, of course, in my head, I've then got Rita's future completely planned out. After university, I'd like her to get her master's, ideally in the UK or the US, and then, you know, she's going to get herself a fantastic job somewhere. Ultimately, That hasn't got anything to do with me. It's down to Rita. She's going to do what she's going to do. But it's down to us to give her the opportunity to make the choices, because that's what's absent from so many of the young people that we work with. They don't have choice. And that, I think, is our job. And that's why I'm quite happy to be a bit of a rebel. I'm quite happy to have plenty of difficult conversations. And I think they'll probably continue for a very long time to come in the future. Because if I have those difficult conversations, it actually makes it quite a lot easier for somebody else to make the step forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jane, for your talk and sharing your accomplishments with us. Our last speaker today will be Robin Jenkins. From the age of 17, he's been a volunteer as a lifeboat crew member with the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. He's the founder and CEO of international charity Atlantic Pacific. Established in 2016, Atlantic Pacific helped communities devastated by the Great Eastern Japanese earthquake and tsunami that same year. And the operation began with the delivery of mobile lifeboats and lifeboat stations, and now trains lifeboat crew members to work in situations like the ongoing refugee crisis in the central Mediterranean. Atlantic Pacific's final goal is to essentially end global drowning. So please help me in welcoming Robin to the stage.
Or I get a name change. Thank you. I was kind of dependent on, or usually when I talk I'm dependent on slides, but due to my technical failings and the change from using a normal computer to an iPad, I think I'll start this by saying don't buy it. And they trying to save up on iPad failed. So I won't have slides. Which maybe is a good thing, because I depend on my slides to tell a story. But actually, in the preparation for this, I realized that my slide deck probably wouldn't fit the bill, because when I was invited to do this talk, I was told the word impact. And I know that that isn't the overarching theme of everything that is here, but I was asked to do an impact lab. And I started thinking about impact, and I've been asked increasingly more frequently about impact. Now, as Ethan really concisely explained, my project started as a response to a situation that I experienced when invited to be a part of a research team in northeast Japan in the city of Kamaishi, which was the first city to get hit by the tsunami in 2011. I first went there in 2014, and I was there for 5 weeks, listening to stories about how people had been affected by this disaster. And as you can imagine, it was hard stories to listen to. But this isn't working. I'm really disappointed. I was really excited. I've never used one of these microphones before, and I was thinking I'm just like Beyonce. I'm not sure whether I actually need a microphone because of my... It's for the stream. Okay. I heard these incredible stories about how people were being affected by this tsunami, and one story stood out to me. And it was one day whilst walking along a beach with the woman who ran the local hotel. She was called Akiko. She's about this size and one of the most energetic people I've met in my life. And the small little village that she was in, called Nabama, had been completely wiped off the map. Only one building remained, and it was her hotel. And she opened her hotel up as an evacuation center. And all the people that were in this evacuation center spent their evening, after the wave had retreated back to the sea, looking for other survivors. And they walked along the beach and yelled out. And in response, they heard cries coming from the sea. And those cries were people who were hanging onto debris that had been dragged out. And while they were listening to these cries, they realized they could do nothing for them. It was winter, sub-zero, dark, all the electricity had gone, snowing. They had suffered themselves, were exhausted, terrified, and then listening to these cries get quieter and quieter and quieter until eventually they stopped, and those people that were at sea perished. And I asked the question, where are your lifeboats? And the response was, what do you mean? And I said, well, where are your lifeboats? Why could lifeboats not be sent out to rescue those people that were out there? What do you mean by lifeboats? On further inquiry, I discovered that Japan does not have a lifeboat service. It is an island with 120 million people who have a strong relationship with the sea. And they are a very highly developed country, the fourth biggest economy in the world. In the UK, we have a 200-year-old organization called the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, and it boasts 240 volunteer-run lifeboat stations all around the UK. And further inquiry, I thought maybe they just don't know about it here. But in fact, it's true. Japan has no lifeboat service. On leaving Japan and thinking how I could help this community without being patronizing, without imposing some ridiculous idea about recovery, how could I do something that is useful for them? How could I do something that has sustainability in it? And it occurred to me that maybe we could start a lifeboat service in Japan. So my old school, which is a similar school to this, it's called the United World College of the Atlantic, which is based in South Wales, an IB school, international school, has a long history of seagoing and boating. And in fact, they are the designers and inventors of the rigid hull inflatable boat, designed by students who look very much like you guys. And done in the 60s, they patented the design, and they sold the design to the RNLI for £1. And in doing so, lost incredible revenue, but made an incredible statement, which is this is a gift to humanity. The rigid hull inflatable boat is now the most successful boat in search and rescue at sea. If you go to any coastal community, you will see ribs. If you go to any search and rescue environment, you will see ribs. So I commissioned the students at Atlantic College to design and build a new type of boat that could be put in a mobile lifeboat station. I was teaching a university in London, and I commissioned my students there to design me a mobile lifeboat station, which ended up being a 40-foot shipping container with a space for a boat, a space for a workshop, and a space for a changing room. And we delivered our first lifeboat in a box to Kamaishi in 2016. That was all the project was meant to be. I was meant to do that, then go back to my normal life as a university lecturer, and carry on my journey in a career in academics. But going through this, suddenly things started to happen. We were training people to be able to train more crew in Japan. People heard that we were building boats that could be delivered to places, and we got contacted by an organization in Lesvos, one of the Greek islands, very close to Turkey, and famous for, more recently, for lots and lots of refugees coming. Could we send a boat to Lesvos? Could we train a group of lifeguards how to use this boat? Yeah, okay, not too much of a problem. We already had a boat that we'd built. We took that to Lesvos. And when I arrived in Lesvos with this boat, I came across thousands of young people, all there volunteering and trying to help. They were fantastic. They were amazing. They really reaffirmed my belief and faith in young people. However, they were not trained. And by not being trained, they sometimes became a hazard. So we knew we were training some people to go to Japan. We have this fantastic facility in South Wales, right on the Bristol Channel. We decided that we would train a few more people. So we put an advert on Facebook, and we were inundated, and we initiated our first summer school. And that was around 2015. Now, 7 years on from that point, we've run 5 summer schools, and we've trained in our summer schools 300 people. And we have opened a new training facility in London so we can train all year round. And we have carried on our work in Japan. And we've trained somewhere around 600 people, of which figures have come back, 60% have gone and worked in the refugee crisis. Our team has grown from me to 3 to 10 to 40 people. I have quit my job. I have moved from London, where I had a really nice, exciting, fun life, into my mother's house. I live in a small town of 15,000 people. I am usually broke. And I sit in front of a computer most days. Part of the reason of me getting involved with this project is I like boating. I like messing around. I like building things. I like going in the sea. Most of the time I'm spent sitting behind a computer. And this is where I come back to this question of impact. And in thinking about today, I started to think about that impact. And I get asked a lot about impact. The people who coordinate our social media are always saying to me, Robin, we need numbers. We need to put on our posts X amount of people saved, X amount of people trained. All the other NGOs do that. This many people were rescued this year. Why are they doing that? Because that's what raises money. So we, as charity providers and humanitarians, have to kowtow to the satisfaction of somebody that is going to give you money. They want to know that their money is doing its work, understandably, but they also want to boast about it. And suddenly these things become out of reach. There are many times when I feel this is impossible. It's really hard to calculate these numbers. It's really hard to know what your impact is. And you feel sometimes hopeless. And you think, I'm not really making change. I'm not really making a difference. I'm not really having impact. This is a hard moment. And for any of you that are going on to do something like change-making programs in the future or have ambitions to be humanitarians or working with NGOs, these will be the moments that make life hard. So there are many times I sit in front of my computer and I think, what am I doing? I don't particularly like sitting behind a computer. I didn't get into this to sit behind a computer, but there I am and I'm schmoozing people that might give me money. I'm desperately filling out application forms to get money. And every now and then I do a little bit of due diligence. I try to find out who this money is actually coming from, and I try to trace it back. And when I find out what it is, I quickly look the other way. And I find myself very, very annoyed and irritated by this because I have to go cap in hand to somebody to get money who has been granted the permission to allocate money to a cause. I was having a conversation with somebody when I was trying to raise capital to get back out to Japan, and they were saying, it's a pity that you invented a lifeboat. It would have been better if you had invented a weapon, and you would be being flown first class and paid. Humanitarian work, we have to go cap in hand to do it. And sometimes it's so painful that I think about giving it up. And sometimes I turn to my team and I say, we're done. We haven't got enough money in the bank. We want to do all of these things. We can't even pay for all the things that we've done. And then I think about it. And I think about the 600 people that we've trained. And I think about the impact that those 600 people have had. And then I think of one story where a very unassuming student who was on our course, was a student at Atlantic College, very polite, very quiet, went through our training program, came to our summer program, and went off to volunteer nervously, very afraid. He looked very young. If you saw him in Lesbos, you'd think he shouldn't be there because he only looked like he was about 12. And he worked for an organization distributing clothing. And one day, a large group of refugees arrived on the shore, and there was pandemonium. There always is. Chaos going on. And he was there busily trying to hand out clothing to people who were wet and cold. And in amongst this pandemonium and amongst this chaos, suddenly there was some real drama. A woman started screaming. And the woman started screaming because her baby was no longer breathing. Tom, unassuming, quiet, gentle, walked through this crowd of people and said, "Pass me the baby." He took hold of the baby and performed CPR and saved that baby's life. So in those moments when I am thinking, I cannot do this anymore, I remind myself of that story. That child is still alive. And I tell myself all the pain, all the sweat, all the blood and tears, all the lack of money is worth it for one. One person. And then I am encouraged to go on, reset the clock. We've saved one person. It's all been worth it. But we don't become complacent. We reset the clock and say, just one more. Now, to do change, to have impact, is difficult. It requires commitment. It requires sacrifice. You will suffer. It is painful, but it is essential. You do not need to go out and think, I am going to change the world. You can go out and say, I am going to change one thing. And before you know it, you start to log lots of changes, lots of differences, and it perpetuates, and like a snowball, it gathers. And you can start with simple things. I was saying earlier in my presentation, I have some impact here going on. Below the bottom of my trousers, there's a lot of impact going on there. Right? All navy, fairly shocking. But these socks, buy one pair, and another one goes to somebody who's on the streets. Tiny. But it's what we should be thinking about all the time. It's slightly contradicted by the fact that I'm wearing a pair of Nikes, which were made in a sweat house somewhere. But change is really, really important. So remember that it is worth it for one. So while you are thinking about all of these things, while you are thinking about how you can affect change, how you can have impact, remember, you do not have to climb a mountain. You can take one step. All of you should be angry. All of you should be furious at the condition of the world and the lack of parity and equality at the moment. All of you should be angry at my generation who have trashed the planet and left it for you to try and deal with. All of you should be shaking your fists. But you must be careful that that anger does not turn to bitterness. You must use that anger and harness it for change. Start small, grow, have impact. I think that's it.
If you want. Thank you very much, Robin, for your inspirational talk. If you would join me on stage with Jane, I would like to give our speakers one final applause for both of their talks today. This now concludes the talk portion of the session, and if any of you have questions, I'd ask you now to come up and direct them to the speakers. But if you do not have any questions, I welcome you to leave this building, but note that there are no more sessions in here for the rest of the day. The next begin at 2:35 in the gym and the theatre. Enjoy your day. You're not getting a shout out. You're not getting a